What's going on, everybody? What's happening? It is the 2020 Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Good afternoon. I'm Adon Allen, and it is my pleasure for the fourth year, something like that. I'm just a part of the family now, so I'm here and I'm ready to go. The pandemic couldn't stop us. It couldn't. It tried. It tried really hard to stop us, but we're not stopping. We got a great afternoon of jazz. We got some giveaways. We got some special guests. We got all those things coming up this afternoon. So thank you for joining us. If you want to stream, you can stream on the EOP website or Facebook page, and you can also stream on the ElmiraJazzFestival.com website. What do we got going on today? Well, it's the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Again, we're normally at Thorn Street in Horseheads, but due to social distancing and the pandemic and things, we had to kind of sort of come at a different way this year. But the people wanted to be here, and we got some great guests, some great music as always, and we'll run that down coming up in a bit. But what's the purpose? Why are we here? Well, we're here for the Economic Opportunity Program. They are here on Baldwin Street in Elmira. They got a lot of great programs, which we will dive into all afternoon. They've got their Birth to Five School, which is a readiness program. They've got their Center of Excellence. They got their Community Food for Jobs program and their Bistro, which provides really great food, including food for the Chemung County Summer Feeding Program, Energy Services Bureau, Ernie Davis Community Center, Family Support Services, the new Libertad, which is the former Jones Court building, and those apartments look great. I hadn't seen them until just recently, but they're fabulous apartments. And then there's the Literacy Volunteers of Chemung and Schuyler County. So this is a big day for them, and you can go online. We've got our GoFundMe coming up, and we'll talk a little bit about that. We'll have some special guests coming up in just a few. Right now, we'd actually like to say hello and get a welcome from EOP from their executive director, Andrea Omgumi. I always say it wrong, but it's Omengumi.
Thank you for supporting the 9th annual Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, hosted by the Economic Opportunity Program. We are so excited that we can come to you. EOP is 55 years old, so this year we're celebrating our 55th anniversary, and we're so excited to be able to be together. In spite of COVID-19, we wanted to come to you with a virtual jazz event. Normally, we're at the Clemens Center on Friday night and then at North Street Park on Saturday. But for us, we wanted to look at how can we move forward, still coming together to celebrate as we have in past years. We started the year 2020 with the theme and the idea of focusing to finish. And the words of Mike Hawkins actually say you don't get results by focusing on results. You actually get results by focusing on the actions that it takes to drive those results. So for us, we have been focusing on actions that produce results, even during COVID-19. We have, together with members of our community, been providing curbside meals to more than 200, 300 people daily, breakfast and dinner meals. We've also been able to work to provide services to our Libertad Elmira homeless veterans. We have been delivering more than 80 meals out to our Head Start children and families. We also have been able to provide some limited childcare. And even supporting essential workers. So for us, we've been continuing to drive the results for our community, and that's so important. And EOP, we say we're EOP essential because we serve you, our community. The Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival is about more than the music. It's about driving those results, driving those fundraising results for programs where we're serving annually more than 5,000 people with services focusing on childcare, youth care, and family development. The Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival supports this ultimate goal of focusing to finish in 2020. We want to focus to finish strong. And what that means is that we want to provide those programs and services. There might even be new programs and services because of COVID-19, where all people within our community can live with dignity. And they also can have the opportunity to have satisfying lives that are productive. And so for us, we are always looking for ways to provide those additional services. This virtual idea, coming together with a virtual Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, was one that we came together with as a community in our committee. And we also thought maybe we could use the GoFundMe platform because this is our annual fundraiser. So your corporate sponsorship, the musical gifts of our artists that have gathered, and even your willingness to try something new and different with this venue, it speaks volumes about your commitment to our community. Thank you for helping us. And a very special thanks to our event sponsors, the Ferrario Auto Team. You'll hear from them later today. Perry and Carol.
You have Dan and
Shield.
Okay.
Mandel.
Yep.
A special thanks also to Bethany
Andrew and Mayor Mandel.
our health partners, Shimon Canal and Wegmans. We also want to thank our media partners because our media partners have been phenomenal. WENY, WETM, WYDC, Spectral Cable, Seven Mountains Media, Sound Communication, and even Tower Broadcasting. And we have a great team that's come together to be really innovative and creative to provide this platform today so we could enjoy this wonderful jazz music. And we want to thank Reed Media, Tom Brown, and also Adon Allen, who will be our master of ceremonies. And he's going to keep this going as we're together today from 12 to 4 p.m. Also, a special thank you to our EOP Board of Directors and also our staff. I'd like to thank our Board President Claude Oliver and our executive team, as well as Anita Lewis. Anita is our Vice President of Community and Donor Relations, and this is her brainchild. So we are just so excited about all that we're doing as we move together. Laura Cummings has done a phenomenal job, as well as our ops team, Anthony Prasad, Bill Brzezinski, and Jessica Carey. So a very special thank you to the EOP team, everyone. Our CFJP Bistro catering team, they're available even today to provide wonderful menu of food. So some of the food that you would order at the Clemens Center or Thorn Street Park if we were there for the festival. So please feel free to give them a call, order the food, and you can come by curbside to pick it up. We also want to thank all of our artists, our consultants, our sponsors, and also our committee members, because our jazz committee has been working throughout the year trying to think of a way that we might be able to, in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we would still be able to host. So this creative, innovative, virtual jazz festival is coming forward today. Music is such a unifier, and it inspires, it encourages. And so we think in today's current crisis, it's great that we could come together, socially distancing, yet collectively joined in a virtual community to enjoy these incredible artists. So together, let's keep using creative platforms so that we can continue to work together, strengthen the fabric of our community, remain safe, enjoy the music today, and also be well, because it's about EOP Essential more than the music. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. A wonderful, wonderful welcome from the executive director here at the Economic Opportunity Program. Once again, I'm Adon Allen. I'm your host, and she's right. I'm going to keep the party going. We're going to weave in and weave out. We got a special guest joining us right now, doing a welcome. We'd like to welcome in Andrea again, and we'd like to also welcome in the Honorable Mayor of Elmira, Mr. Dan Mandel. Good morning, or good afternoon with everybody at this point.
Well, good afternoon, Adon. Thank you very much.
How are you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Doing great.
I can hear the excitement and both you guys is tone right now.
Hi, Mayor.
Hey, how you doing, Andrea?
Good to
see you.
Mr. Mayor, so for you, obviously the pandemic has really slowed down a lot of the different festivities that have gone on locally, but how good is it for you to be able to be here today and watch this one be able to come to fruition?
I think this is great. This has been a lot of hard work on Andrea's part. As we all know, this is a big event for EOP. It's one of their major fundraisers to pull this off. And, as one has said, once you're dealt lemons, you make lemonade. And EOP has definitely done that. Not only being the mayor of the city of Elmira, but also recently a board member of EOP. I'm so happy to be here to be part of this great event and to actually, see this through, and I'm so happy to be part of this today. So we're making it through this pandemic, and we'll be a better community once this is all said and done.
I think one of the big things that we saw this earlier with a couple of other events, is the community support through this process. A lot of people have to shut themselves down due to the pandemic, but it really hasn't stopped the community from coming through for all these. Andrea, have you guys noticed that from the EOP end?
Yeah, we actually have aid on it. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without the support of the City of Elmira and our great board of directors and staff. But what we've noticed is that we never really shut down because we are essential workers, a part of the larger community action network. So we continue to serve. So what we're seeing is many organizations in our community are still serving. They're providing food, partnerships with the food bank, partnerships with Catholic charities. So we've continued to serve those who have the greatest need, because we want to make sure that no one falls through the cracks and that we are addressing, issues that have surfaced even higher with food security or housing security issues. We're right here on the ground supporting our city, supporting our county exec, and many others who've been serving, as well as other agencies. So it's really been our honor to keep serving. This is what we do.
So thank you, Andrea. It's one of the things that doing a couple of other events earlier, it's blown my mind that this community has really showed its resolve throughout this process. But enough about the pandemic. Let's talk about today, and let's talk about the music and how special it is for everybody today.
Yeah, I think this is a great time for everybody to get together virtually and enjoy some great music and, again, support EOP. This is a time to celebrate, and it's a good time for everybody just to have a great time and watch this virtually. So I encourage everybody not only to watch and enjoy the music, but going forward to reach out and donate to EOP for everything they do for our community. As Andrea said, the City of Elmira, we partner with EOP, and we're so proud to do that. So to have this event today and have some fun and everybody enjoy it, and time to get away from reality for a little bit and just sit back and relax. I think it's just a great thing for all of us to be here today.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. We do have a fundraiser going on today. We've got a GoFundMe. We've got some other things that we will discuss. But we want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for taking some time out of your Saturday to join us this afternoon, and going to be a great afternoon of music. And Andrea, I know you're going to be here all afternoon with us, but we want to thank you guys for taking a moment to get us started today.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Adon. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy the music.
That is the Honorable Dan Mandel. He is the Mayor of Elmira. And Andrea, she is the Executive Director here at the Economic Opportunity Program. Speaking of that, Andrea alluded to the Jazz Committee, and they would like to do a little welcome. So right now, we'd like to welcome in our Jazz Committee.
I've only got Karen.
Okay, we got Karen Cromer.
Hi there.
Hi, Karen. How are you?
I'm good.
It's Karen Cromer. She is from the Clemens Center. How are you doing this fine Saturday morning?
It's
overcast.
just a beautiful, beautiful day. Looking forward to this wonderful music to accompany the atmosphere.
Absolutely. So, Karen, for you, how important is it for you? How happy are you to see that this event, amongst others, are still being able to go on despite all of the, weirdness in the world right now?
Well, yeah, we've experienced a lot of this ourselves. So we really appreciate the opportunity to be able to come together, to celebrate, and to raise funds for this very important organization in our community. I love the fact that they are supportive of students in the arts, and someday I hope that those kids find their way, whether they pick an instrument or they decide to be vocalists or whatever they decide to do. I want them on the Clemens Center stage sometime in the future. So this is where they get their start. They get their chops, and hope to see them performing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Karen, joining us also is Mr. Don Ferrario of Ferrario Motors, and the title sponsor of the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Mr. Ferrario, how are you this afternoon?
I'm great, Adon. We're going to have a wonderful time here. This is just so exciting.
For you, this is obviously a big deal for you. You and your wife and your employees, you come every year, and I see you guys. This is more than just an event for you guys.
Well, we've been involved with the event now for 7 years, and it's great. We look forward to it. It's just wonderful to support EOP and to bring the music to the community. It's just a great thing.
We've got some great music, and I think one of the things that a lot of people miss about this is the great musicians that come in every year, and this year is no different. Who are you guys most excited to see today?
Well, I don't know how I would limit it to one of the three, but Paul Brown is certainly at the top of everybody's lists. We've got Ragan Whiteside in the flute. She's going to blow you away. We're just going to have a great show today. And Marcus comes every year. Top Shelf is local, and Top Shelf is as good as anybody else that's going to be here today. And they're our own. They're Anita's band.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Karen, for the Clemens Center, can you talk a little bit about what the Clemens Center brings to be on the jazz committee, and just how you guys are overcoming some of the tribulations of the pandemic?
Well, we've been closed since March, and we are very dependent on these national touring artists to come around. So when the country's closed down as much as it is, or it's such a risk to the performers, having an opportunity like this for everybody to see them virtually is the next best thing, I think. We'd love to have them on our stage. We've been a host for 3 or 4 years ourselves on Friday night. Love having Marcus and whoever else shows up with them. We love that camaraderie and the fun experience of having everybody kick off the weekend with us. And then have that outlet, have that outdoor experience that makes it just twofold, just a really interesting experience for patrons. And I hope they appreciate the hard work that goes into not only doing the live events, but boy, these virtual things take an awful lot of work as well. So thanks to everybody for coming together for this.
And it is, thank you, Karen, for it's been a lot of work, but it's fun, and we're all really, really excited about today. The number one thing I think that we're all excited about is to be able to take even if it's just 4 hours to hear some great music. And while it's not the same experience as being in there live, it's still better than not having it at all, as you said. So we wanted to take this opportunity to thank you guys for popping in this morning. Don, we'll see you in a little bit. You'll obviously be here a little bit later on to talk and introduce our first guest coming up in just a bit.
I'll see you in just a couple.
All right. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Don, for joining us this morning. That is Karen Cromer from the Clemens Center and Don Ferrario. Remember, you can, that's our 9th year. So next year is the big one. It's year number 10. We started this back in 2012. Marcus Johnson, who really is as big. I mean, you would think Marcus was from Elmira, the amount of times he's here and the amount of work he's put in. Chad Lefkowitz Brown and Ronnie Lee, they started this off along with Top Shelf back in 2012. And so it's been a fabulous run since then. Make sure you're hitting our GoFundMe. It's on the Elmira Jazz Festival page. And again, this is a fundraiser, so we are hoping that you can find it in your heart to help out EOP. Joining me right now. Is she joining me? You here?
I'm here.
You here?
I'm here. I'm here.
She's just as big a part here at EOP as anybody, and she's also with Top Shelf. And it's Anita Lewis. Hi, Anita.
Hi, Ada. we're trying to social distance here right now, so I won't be here long, and I don't have my mask, but yeah.
Well, first of all, have you taken a deep breath yet?
I'm working on it. Like I was telling Andrea, the baby's been born now, so this is our first virtual. So I'm good. I'm good.
For you, this is a big thing for you. Obviously, this is one of your babies, and not only is it your baby, but you also perform. You help do. You do so many things, and this is what you do. Talk about what this means personally to you.
So it really means, a lot. Because like I said, this is not just, EOP, but it brings the whole community together, because it's actually an economic development type of venture, because we usually bring lots of people in from out of town in our hotels and our restaurants. And so, when we created this and the history of it, and, Don was with me a little bit after we started in 2012, but it has just been such a opportunity to see the growth of it over the last 9 years. And so, I said to Andrea, I said, we need to do something that, is not done in our community. So, she's like, let's do it, and I always thank her for saying yes. And then, not knowing, and then meeting Don and trying to get him as a sponsor, I found out that he loved contemporary jazz, and he told me all his jazz stuff. And so when that happened, he was like, I'm in, so, here we are 9 years later.
So that's what we're going to go into, segue to what we're going to talk about next. This is 9 years. Did you ever think 9 years ago you'd be here?
I did not at all. Not at all. I thought, once again, we'd be out on the field, and we had some clouds because we've been getting rained on a little bit in the last few years. But no, I did not think that we would be in a pandemic in our boardroom running a virtual festival right now. So, nope.
And joining us again is Mr. Don Ferrario. Don, how are you? Welcome back again.
I'm doing great. I'm excited.
Don, Anita talked just a little bit about you getting involved, but can you expand on that? How excited were you to be able to join and become such a big part of this?
Well, my wife Robin and I travel all over going to jazz concerts, particularly smooth jazz. Robin right here.
How you doing?
Hi, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
And I can't tell you how many times over the years we've been at events thinking, wouldn't it be great to have something like this here? We have a little bit of history in the family of this because Robin was involved with the original creators of the Rochester Jazz Festival. It's huge today, but he was there at year number 1 for that. So we have some history there. And when Anita brought this opportunity to us, as Anita said, we're in. So it's great, it's fun, and the jazz music being tied with helping EOP is for us just a bonus. We get to do two great things at once. And when you go through EOP and see those kids and see the benefit they do, you have to want to support those.
So Anita and Don, he's coming later.
Yeah.
We got to talk about Marcus.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
And I talked about, I've had the pleasure of meeting him, getting to know him a little bit. And I said in the intro, you would think Marcus is from here or has some kind of personal time. I mean, he does now, but you would think that he lived here, he's got help. No, he just likes to be here, likes to help. Talk about what Marcus has brought to this festival.
So he was our very first headliner, and we did not know him and he did not know us. And so it was very interesting when he got out of the vehicle. But once he met all of us and seen what we did on a bigger scope, he has been here with the kids. He's part of our Ernie Davis Community Center Music Consortium. He's done things with our instrumentalists, our 2 young ladies. They've played his music. He's done workshops with the kids, and he just comes. He comes and he's done all kinds of different educational curriculums, and it's called, DePel with our kids. And so it has just been wonderful. He's done things with Elmira College, and, there's been some projects through there that has helped him as much as he's helped us. So he has been a integral part, even, he's pushing this today, where he's at, in DC and Silver Springs. So he has always been a champion and cheerleader ever since he came here. So that has been great.
And he's just such a wonderful guy, getting to know him, when you meet people who have accomplished the things that Marcus Johnson has accomplished, you would think maybe he'd be a little stuffy or a little, the very first time I met him, I felt like I had known him forever. And, looking at this list we're looking back at who's been here every year, and the one constant is Marcus Johnson.
Yes.
So
absolutely.
And another big thing too that I see is you've really, looking at everybody who's been here in the past, you always get some big names here. Not that Marcus isn't a big name, but you know what I mean. Najee's a big name, and Meja, and so many different people. Talk about the process, Don and Anita, about getting them to come to Little Elmira, New York.
Well, and I think that Don can speak to it a little bit more than I can. I mean, I just hear jazz artists, but he travels around and he actually does his thing. So, Don, tell us about how you kind of wield your power when you're at your jazz festivals.
Well, it's as simple as I keep a very large playlist. I have over 1,000 songs on Spotify playlist, and all of the artists, I've gotten either to know the artist personally or I've gotten to know their agent. And the jazz is a small community. There's only a small number of agents that represent the group. But we reach out to the ones that we like. I get proposals.
So
bring it to the committee a year, and we usually have 6, 8 for the group to decide. So it's a fun part of the process, and it's really one of the unexpected pleasures of doing this. Is that we have all these great new friends that are these artists, and we've gotten to know them personally.
So we're here live. It's different. It's the Southern Tier. It's the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival 2020 style. Everything is a little different in 2020, but that's okay. Anita, we're getting close to that time where we got our music that's going to begin. But for you, I know it's crazy and I know it's a long day, and every year it's the same thing. You're running around and like, where's Anita? Where's Anita? We got to find you. But for you, how satisfying is it to be able to have pulled this off with everything that's gone on in 2020?
I am ecstatic. I am ecstatic right now because it's been a lot of work, in the last, actually probably almost 8 weeks to get this all together, because we didn't know if we were going to do it, here with people being together or not. Right. So when we finally decided, it was like, okay, we got to move. So I'm ecstatic right now. Well, good. So take some rest, get something to drink. We're going to see you back here with Top Shelf in a bit. All right.
Right now, we're going to kick it back to Mr. Don Ferrario, who is going to tell you about our sponsors today.
About our sponsors today. Right? We put that slide up.
Hey, Don.
Hi, Robin. Are you ready for the show?
I am.
Welcome to our virtual jazz festival. Glad you could join us. I'm Don Ferrario, and this is Robin.
How you doing out there? Glad to see all your smiling faces.
Hard to believe it's 9 years now for our show. It just seems like it's yesterday.
I know. Yeah. So why are we here? Because we love jazz music. Smooth jazz music.
Robin and I go all over to see jazz concerts, and for a long time we've talked about, wouldn't it have been great to have one right here in Elmira? Well, 9 years ago, we do. So why are we involved with the program itself? That comes down to our support for EOP, which we hope you'll share with us on GoFundMe today. So what is it about EOP that's so great?
Oh gosh, Don, there's many, many things. The kids come to mind first, but it's not just kids. It's the entire community that they service and have been serving for over 50 years. Congratulations, EOP.
When you walk around inside EOP and see the faces on those kids and understand that the majority of them, by being involved with EOP, are growing into part of the community, and they're not caught up in the drug scene. We're saving those kids at EOP. It's just a great thing. There have been so many, maybe about 50 years. How many kids have been through it? I don't even know what the total is, but it's huge.
It is. And some celebrities come to mind too, like Ernie Davis and Tommy Hilfiger.
Yep. So this year with the virtual jazz festival, we don't have to worry about the weather.
That's right.
Every year we worry about the thunderstorms and the rain and
the heat.
We've had some real fun shows with the weather.
Yes, we have.
Many of you have been there for those shows, and in the end, it was all fun. One of the things that Robin and I get to do that's really fun is we get to meet the artists. And over the years, we've met a lot of them. And of course, one of our best friends now that we met through this whole program is Marcus Johnson. Marcus has been with the program from year number 1, actually before Ferrario was involved. He comes every year. He's just part of the show.
And he's part of the family and part of the community. Marcus likes to call this his second home, but actually I think he'd really like to move here.
Yeah. So, we talk about a lot about the artists that we bring into the community, but one of the artists that's part of the show every year that lives right here is Top Shelf. And of course, that's Anita and her band, and they are amazing. They're fit right in with the rest of the show. The quality of the music is right up there with anybody that we bring to town.
Let's talk about who all we brought to town.
Well, back in 2016, one of my longtime favorites, Bob Baldwin, came to town. I've been a fan of Bob since I was a kid. I guess that dates both him and me. It's a long time, but that was a big show.
Well, another big show was the year after. And I got to tell you, Rick Braun absolutely brought the roof down. And that was also one of our big rainstorm years.
Yes, it was.
But you know what? We got through it. The sun came out and Rick just tore it up for his performance.
Now, we had a couple other artists in 2017 that were lesser known to us, but turned out to be a big positive surprise, and that was Paula Atherton and Althea Renee. Those two names were lesser known in the jazz world, but boy, they put on a great show for us.
They sure did.
So that brought us to 2018, and our lead that year was Cindy Bradley. Now, Cindy is well known around here. Her family's from, I believe, the Rochester area.
Buffalo.
And she has some local family actually, but she came along with one of your favorites that year.
Oh yes, Brian Simpson. He just absolutely took the roof off of the Clemens Center.
We had Selena Albright, Jeff Kashua, and that brought us up to 2019. Last year was Keiko Matsui. Keiko performs all over the world. I have been talking to her agent for years to coordinate her schedule. A couple years before, we tried to get her here and she had to cancel at the end because she was in Russia and couldn't make it connection in time. That was a big coup to get Keiko here.
It sure was. And then on Saturday, Vincent and Gala. Wow. Can we all remember, if you were there with us last year, the dance party we had with Vincent? It was absolutely the most fun, I think, of all of the previous years.
Jasmine Gent last year, and then now we have today's show, which this is the same artists that were to be here for the live show, if not for the COVID virus. And leading that off is Paul Brown from California. We have Adam Hawley, and I think you're really going to enjoy Ragan Whiteside. She is topping the jazz charts. That flute just sings. So we're going to have a really great time today.
We are, and we're so happy you're joining us. I want to take a minute to thank all of our special media friends and partners who have been with us for all 9 years, supporting the concert and EOP. We couldn't have done it without you.
So have a good time, pull up a chair, get something to drink, and let's have a great show.
Today here locally, you guys can do that wherever you are. Speaking of Don is joining us again, and also joining us is Mr. Paul Brown.
It's Mr. Paul.
Mr. Paul Brown, how are you this fine afternoon?
Hey everybody. The internet connection is not great, but
there we go. Mr. Brown, how are you this afternoon?
I'm hanging in.
Where'd you get that tan?
A lot of golfing, with this.
Well, Mr. Brown, we are excited to have you here.
With this,
we're excited to have you here at the Jazz Festival, even if.
Golf. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate that you're here. We obviously would have loved to have seen you here physically in Elmira today, but having you here virtually and getting ready to hear you rock out is just as good.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to be out next year. Hopefully, see y'all.
That's the plan.
Paul, tell us a little bit about your story. I just, looking back and listening, your music is great, but you've been around for a long time with a lot of different people and a lot of different avenues, and your career story is just an amazing one to follow.
Well, yeah, I came in in a different way than most artists, as I was really producing and engineering mostly, and that went on for about 20 years, and just helping other people with their career. And one day I wrote a song that became popular 24/7, and started making my own records and going out and touring and playing concerts. So it's been a great year in that, and it all just sort of works together in a nice way. And I enjoy all of it. So look forward to coming out there and playing for y'all.
Well, we are definitely looking forward to it. We're looking forward to hearing you jam out with us today. And
Paul is being modest. He has over 60 #1 radio airplay, over 60. Back in the day, he worked with Diana Ross, Luther Vandross, Aretha Franklin. I mean, he has been the part of a lot of people's success in this industry, not just his own. He's a modest guy. He's a big player in this world.
Absolutely. Looking at the bio, it is amazing, and but it's nice to see that you've weaved in from, like you talked about, from kind of being in the background to now being in the front ground, and seemed like it was a pretty seamless transition for you.
Yeah, well, I started as a drummer, so I was always bands playing and everything else, but and I also played guitar all along, and really loved blues, and I was a Grateful Dead fan, and Eric Clapton fan. So that's the kind of really playing into growing up. It came time to make my own records. Those influences you can hear, and but I did spend a lot of time doing R&B music with Luther, like you said, over the last 20 years, from like about 83 till Luther died. I pretty much worked with him off and on for, every year we would spend 3 or 4 months in New York working, and then he moved to LA. We would work here and go back and forth. And a lot of the acts that he produced, like Diana Ross and Aretha Franklin and Lisa Fisher, I got a chance to work with all of them as well, working with Luther. He was a super big influence on my life and career.
Yeah, you can definitely, listening, you can hear a lot of that influence in your music, and either on his side. So that's just unbelievable. That's an unbelievable story, and we can't wait to hear you rock out. So we want to take a minute once again to thank you for popping in today, and you recorded a little something for today. So Don, we'll let you have the honors of introducing Mr. Paul Brown.
Well, I think we've gone through most of my introduction, but with all that, please enjoy Paul Brown.
Hey everybody, so glad to be here, and I'm going to play something off my new CD. This is a reimagining of Grazing in the Grass as a blues shuffle. Check it out. song that I did with Rick Braun 20 years ago called Notorious. And this is the reimagined version with Richard Now we're going to take it down to the song I produced for George Benson, Softly into the Morning Sunrise.
Woo, man, I'm sweating already. I'm in my seat jamming. That's Paul Brown. And we talked to Paul a little bit before he got started. It's the 2020 Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. I'm your humble host, Adon Allen. I'll be here. We'll be here till 4 o'clock today, and we've got great stuff. I'm just jamming. I'm just enjoying it. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, this is a fundraiser, so please feel free. If you go to the EOP website, the ElmiraJazzFestival.com website, we do have a GoFundMe page. Today's proceeds will go to all of the programs that are here at EOP. We're actually going to, I think right now, we're actually going to talk to a young lady who works here about one of the programs. Joining us right now is Amy Willett. Amy, good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having
me.
I'm wonderful. Paul Brown, you did absolutely amazing. Oh my gosh, it was so wonderful just listening and enjoying. My kids are here listening too, so just happy to be a part of it all.
It's a wonderful afternoon, and I'm sitting here in my chair. I want to stand up. Nobody can see me, so I might have to stand up and dance.
I'm definitely sitting here jamming a little bit while waiting to come on here. So yes, it was great.
Well, today, obviously, it's more than just the music. Today is about EOP and the programs, and one of the programs here at EOP is the Birth to 5 School Readiness Program, Amy, that you are involved in. Can you
So I manage enrollment
for
the program. We are a program that supports Chemung County's families ages from pregnancy right up to the age of 5. We're supporting and preparing children and families to get their children ready for school. It's a program that is free. This program allows us to go in the homes, also in a center-based option to support our families as best that they need it. So we're supporting school readiness goals, families as a whole, nutrition, movement, wellness, and making sure that as these children are going into the school setting, they are as prepared as possible.
It's just one of many awesome programs here. With everything that's going on, Amy, with the pandemic, can you talk a little bit about how that's affected the program?
Sure. Yeah. So we are, we stayed open, even through everything. We are an essential program, but we did bring our program down quite a bit, as you know, in our center-based option. As kids went out of school, we ended up, just bringing it down. But we are ramping to open back up. We know that this is an important program for our families in the county, so we are still taking applications. We are taking enrollments, and our plan is to align with the schools. So, the type of scheduling that they're doing to make it as easy for our families as possible, to make sure that their children can be safe, but also be able to get the education and support that they need. So it's an ongoing process. It changes regularly as, statements come out and new regulations come out, and we're following those as closely as possible to make sure that we are up to date and right there at the front lines to support our families.
So I know it's obviously you're at the mercy of the governor and the government and all those things. Has that been frustrating for you?
I think that the team that we have here really has just tried to embrace the fact that change is happening right now. We know that that's going to continue to happen. We've definitely hit some roadblocks. We've got families that are very concerned. So we're trying to make sure that we, give them a little bit of comfort in knowing that we are keeping ahead of the game. And it can definitely be frustrating knowing that as much as we give usually, we want to still be able to offer and give that to our families, but in the safest way possible.
Well, Amy, we appreciate you taking a little bit of time out of your Saturday. I know you're jamming out in the house, and it's a wonderful. If nothing, it's a wonderful day for this today.
Yes, and we just want to thank our community for the support too. This is one of our biggest fundraisers, the Elmira Jazz Festival, that allows things like this, and our music consortium program, and our community center. This is the stuff right here, the support from our community. This fundraiser that we're doing today to make sure that we can continue to do those things. So we just want to thank our community for all the support.
Well, Amy, thank you for all the hard work that you put in, and thank you for popping in today. Enjoy the rest of the festival and continue to do the great work that you do.
Thanks, you too, Adon. You take care.
Yeah, that is Amy Willett from the Birth to Fun. Just one of the great programs here at EOP. And again, if you are feeling so inclined today to donate, it is a fundraiser. We do have the GoFundMe page, which is right on the Elmira Jazz Festival website. So this is year number 9, and there are people who come from all over. So we want to give a big shout out to Marcia from Atlanta. Marcia is normally here every year. Every year she is here, and today is her daughter's birthday. So thank you, Marcia, for joining us today. Also, there's Jacqueline from Detroit. There's so many people that come in every year from all over the place, and they are still watching us today. So we definitely appreciate that. So please, by all means, hit our GoFundMe page, tune in. We still got plenty coming up. We're only an hour in. We still got 3 more hours to go. It feels like we're already it doesn't feel like we've been here an hour, but we've been here an hour already. So we have plenty still coming up. We've got a little throwback performance coming up. We still got Ragan Whiteside. We still got Top Shelf, and we got a visit with a little Elmira royalty coming up a little bit later. That's right. Tommy Hilfiger is going to join us later on this afternoon, so make sure you tune in for that. So as we've scanned the years and we've seen the slides from all the years, we're going to throw it back a little bit from 2014. Is a little something from Najee at Southern Tier Festival number 3. Najee came to visit us back in 2014. That was year number 3 of the Southern Tier Jazz Festival. I'm Adon Allen. I'm your MC for today for the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival 2020 style pandemic. And last year, there were so many great acts, but he killed it last year. Mr. Vincent Ngala. And Vincent stopped by to say hello to us today.
Hey everybody, Vincent Ngala here, and last year I had an absolute blast at the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival in New York, and especially meaningful this year as we haven't been able to be on the road and perform due to the epidemic that we're dealing with. So I think back to last year with such fond memories, and a big part of my summer was performing there. So thank you, Don, for having me, and also Anita, thank you for your support. And the Elmira Jazz Festival is virtual this year. It's happening this weekend, so please go on there when you get a chance and check out all the incredible artists. And we'll be back in action very soon. So thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Vincent. Vincent, I mean, the show he put on last year was amazing. He plays the sax. He got down in the grass and we were dancing up a storm, and that guy is just a ball full of energy, and his music is just unbelievable. So thank you, Vincent. And again, we hope to see you back here in Elmira real soon. So once again, it's Adon Allen, and how's everybody doing? Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival, hour number 2. So what happened last hour? Well, let's see. We had a lot. You know, we had Paul Brown. And again, if you missed it and you're just tuning in, you can go to the Jazz Festival page and you can, you can see those videos. So Paul Brown did a great job. We got some more music coming up. We got Top Shelf. We got Ragan Whiteside. We got Marcus Johnson. We got so much more all on the way. So make sure that you tune in. Also, it is a fundraiser. We just talked with Amy Willett of the 5 Readiness to School program. It's done great. We've already gotten over $500 just in the last hour. So thank you guys for contributing. We've still got more music. We got more guests. We got so much coming up. But right now, we're going to kick back to some music. And this is local. And there's going to be a very familiar face in this group. That's right. You can see them all over Elmira. You can see Anita right here at EOP. It's Top Shelf time, and it's Top Shelf ready to perform right here, right now, at the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is part of our virtual Elmira Jazz Festival, Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, and we are Top Shelf, and here we go. 1, 2, 1. Yes, you wonder where I've been. I searched to find the love within. I came back to let you know how to feel for you, but I can't let it go. My friends wonder what is wrong with me. You'll miss the days of your love, you see. I came back to let you know I got a feeling for you. I cannot let it go. So people go around for love, but they never find what they love. What you want to do for love. I tried everything, but you won't give up. In my world, only you do for love. What I do, yeah. You know I'm only one the best is true. I can't believe the things I do for you. In my world, only you. What you do for love, what I would not do. Yeah. Some people go around the world for love, but they never find their true love. What you want to do for love? I tried everything, but you won't be love. In my world, only you. Baby, do for the love what I would not do. Yeah. Baby, do for love what I would not do. Baby, do for love. Baby, do for love. What I would do for love, what I would do for always something to remember. And there's no meaning of it all. What we have is something God. Hold on. In the middle of madness, when we're home, I never let us know. All I want you to know that it's strong still, and yours are nothing can come between us. Nothing can come between us. I always hope that you remember what we had to start tonight. In the middle of madness, hold on. Now it truly is a good thing, and I always want you to know this is always this is everlasting. Hold on. It's about faith. It's about trust. Yeah. It's about faith. It's about trust.
That's Top Shelf featuring Anita Lewis, and they do a great job every year. They're local, but they're based right here in Elmira. But I got to tell you, their sound is so just fabulous. So big shout out to Top Shelf. Again, like Marcus, they're here every year, just like we are. I'm Adon Allen. It is the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. We'll be here up until 4 o'clock. So one of the great things about the Jazz Festival every year, when we're the second day, when we're at Thorn Street, we're all out there, is great food. Great food provided by the Bistro, the Job Food for Job program, the Community Food for Job programs, right here in the EOP building. And they have been gracious enough to feed us today. And when I say us, I mean our producer, Randy Reed, our technical director, Tom Brown. They're doing a great job. You don't see them, but they're really putting in the work today to make this come through. But they were gracious enough to feed us. And I feel like I'm at Thorn Street right now. I'm a little full, like I might want to go find a little spot to take a nap or something if I need to, but I won't do that because I got to entertain you guys. So it's great. They do a great job. They provide a 10-week culinary arts training program, which provides a platform to gain employment skills and competencies in culinary arts, and food preparation program provides job readiness training and life skills support. So a lot of the young men and women or people who take this course are able to immediately go out into the workforce to get jobs working in, food services. So a great job by them. Another one of the great things that we do is giveaways, and we got some great giveaways. Now these are for donors only who have donated in, and the first one we're going to do is a $50 gift card to Wegmans. And you see me, I'm divvying into the box here to get it, and we're going to get Mr. This one is for David Brockway. So David Brockway has got himself a $50 gift certificate to Wegmans, and thank you for donating, David. We got some special guests we want to shout out today. Gail Beatty. Gail has never missed a jazz festival. She's never missed one. And she's not missing today either. So she's in North Carolina. So we want to give Gail a big shout out. Thank you for tuning in and showing up every year. Then I have a special personal shout out. So I'm here today emceeing. The pandemic's really kind of shut down a lot of things locally and nationally, unfortunately. One of those things are college graduations. A lot of people graduating from college, and they don't get to do that walk across the stage. And when you put in that work, it's one of the big things that you want to do. So today, a good friend of mine and their family are celebrating their daughter's graduation. So Jordan Kirkoba, Jordy, congratulations. They did a graduation parade in front of her house. And while it's not the same as walking across that stage, we hope you feel the love. And we want to send you some love and say congratulations and congrats to everything and good luck in all your future endeavors to Jordy. So, we're doing it all today. We are. And we want you to donate too. There's a GoFundMe right on our page, right on the Elmira Jazz Festival, elmirajazzfestival.com, that page. Still got a lot coming up, including our next musical guest, which will be coming up in just a little bit. That is, it's going to be fabulous. Also, we want to kick back to some of the past years. We've been here. This is year number 9. And in 2012, we had Marcus Johnson, we had Chad Lefkowitz Brown, we had Ronnie Lee. That's when it was just the Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Top Shelf was there, and then it kicked into the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. So we went right there. But right now we are just about ready to get into our next artist, and to give that introduction, we kick it to our friends from Perry and Carroll.
Hey, Jim Rogers here from Perry and Carroll Inc. We wanted to send out a big thank you to EOP for all they do for families and communities in the Southern Tier area. We also wanted to send out another big thank you to the Ferrario Auto team for sponsoring the Jazz Festival over the past 9 years. This year's virtual Jazz Festival is going to be a great time. We hope you enjoy it and stay safe.
Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure. Thank you to Perry and Carroll for being a big sponsor all these years to the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. So we want to keep it going. This is a great party. It feels like a party. I got my food. I got jazz. I don't have my bottle of wine, but that's okay. We'll get to that later. We are ready though. And Don Ferrario said earlier that this young lady was going to knock your socks off, and she is. We're going to kick it now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Ragan Whiteside.
Hey everybody, it's Ragan Whiteside. I'm coming to you from my home in Atlanta, Georgia. Thanks for tuning in. I'm so grateful that we have the technology that will allow us to get together and enjoy some music and also support a really good program, the Economic Opportunity Program in Elmira, New York. And I am so sorry that we would not be able to, be together for the Elmira Jazz Festival, as we originally anticipated. But you know what? We have to stay safe. So next year, we're going to do it big, and I will be back, I promise. All right. So I'm going to play a couple tunes for you. And the first one is going to be Corey's Bop, which is my very first Billboard #1. Hope you dig it. little Corey's bop for you. Corey, in case you don't know, Corey is my son who is 4 now, but he was 1 when we did that tune. That was the first tune that we had a 1-year-old in the studio with us. Oh, that was like, wow. Okay. So the next tune I'm going to play for you is actually off of my upcoming album. It's going to be released very, very soon. It's called 5 Up Top. And you know when you've been at like a backyard barbecue and you hear a song that comes on the radio and you go, that's my jam. Well, we tried to capture that feeling in this tune, and we call it Jam It. Hope you dig it. Who knew that you would work up a sweat just being in your own house doing one of these? This is really funny. Anyway, that was Jam It. And the next song, of course, I don't know if you know, I have 2 children. So Corey has his song. So of course, JJ, who's 2 years old, has to have her song. And it is my brand new single, JJ Strut, from my upcoming album, 5 Up Top. Well, that was JJ Strut So thank you so much for hanging out with me and enjoying some music with me, and especially for this great program, the Elmira Economic Opportunity Program. And I will see you next year at the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival.
My goodness. Woo! You know, a few years back, we were actually talking about this in between. I met Damien Escobar, who's really great, and it's saxophone, right? That's the flute. She just played like stuff to make you dance. Like growing up, you think the flute and you think you're in the band and it's the flute. But no, we were jamming out. I just worked off the great lunch I got from the bistro just a few minutes ago. It is the 2020 Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Thank you, Ragan. That was just unbelievable. And again, it's great. We could be at Thorn Street, but this is great and this is fabulous. So we are having a great time. We got plenty coming up, including more music. Marcus Johnson's going to be here. So many. We got a visit from Tommy Hilfiger coming up in a bit. So we got so much going on. So just stay with us. This is a fundraiser. And we have the GoFundMe, which is right on the ElmiraJazzFestival.com page. So please, if you feel the spirit to donate something, we definitely appreciate it. It goes to so many of the great programs that they offer here at EOP, including the Energy Services Bureau. And joining us to talk a little bit about that right now is Nicole Howard.
I'm good.
Nikki, how are you today?
It's Nikki Howland, actually. Yeah.
Howland. Sorry, I read that. I read that wrong. See, I pick on my daughter for not being able to read cursive, and neither did I. So, Nikki Howland,
I am
how
good.
are
How
you
are
today?
you?
Good. Are you enjoying the festival so far?
I am. I actually used to play flute in high school years ago.
Did Did you jam out like that when you played the flute?
No. No, she's got skills. I don't have those skills.
Well, yeah, Nikki, we're here. This is a great day, obviously, with the fundraiser, talking about so many things. One of the great programs and services offered at EOP is the Energy Services Bureau. And can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Sure. One of the primary programs in the Energy Services Bureau with EOP is the Weatherization Assistance Program. This program has actually been running since 1976. We've been making low-income family homes more energy efficient for more than 40 years now, especially vulnerable homes with the elderly, the disabled, and families with children. Typically, a low-income family spends about 20% of their total income on energy-related costs. So our goal is to help move some of those costs they would normally be spending on energy towards other non-related energy items within their budget. According to the most recent national evaluation from the Department of Energy, with every dollar of WAP investment into a home, $2.78 is returned into non-energy benefit related items into that budget, so they can have more freedom for food or insurances or every other items that go into a household monthly budget.
And that's a great program that I didn't even know existed. So I mean, it's a wonderful program, especially like you said, for the low income. So I've asked everybody this: how has the pandemic affected the Bureau?
We were actually one of the first ones to open up in phase one.
Okay.
We had to stop going into households for the pause, except for emergencies, which we don't do a lot of emergencies, but they do come up. And so we had to rethink how we were going to weatherize homes safely, not just for our staff, but for the clients as well, because again, they are the most vulnerable. And, making sure that we're doing it safely for everybody involved.
I can imagine that this is extremely rewarding, especially for families that are in need.
Right. It is because, like I said, we do the weatherization program. We also are a contractor with Empower New York, which does a lot of the same, has the same benefits as weatherization. So we like to coordinate those two programs together, and it maximizes the investment that we can put into the household as a whole. We also run into a lot of homes that have gone many years in need of repair because they just, quite frankly, don't have the money to do it. So we'll help coordinate the process with referring them to programs that do offer home rehab. And then the weatherization program will come and take care of it on the back end of it. So those funds that are going to roof repairs and electrical upgrades, not to installation. So with the weatherization assistance program, it not only does it help reduce heating costs, it helps reduce cooling costs. It makes the home a more safe, affordable home for our clients.
Well, we're all looking to save. So that is a wonderful thing. And you're right. Everybody thinks heat and having your heat in the wintertime, but you really don't want to sit in a super hot house in the summertime either, especially as warm as it's been lately.
And plus, we also look at health and safety measures too. So, you know, a house that is inefficient, it's also going to have a poor indoor quality of it, you know. So we want to try and work to make it a healthy home. We also will measure for carbon monoxide, and we check for gas leaks. We look at trying to reduce the moisture within the home, whether it's, you know, installing ventilation fans or putting up moisture barriers such as plastic, or just venting the dryer outside. Because we, you know, it's about reducing, you know, the potential mold growth actually.
We're here with Nikki Howland, and she is talking about the Energy Services Bureau, one of the just one of the many programs offered here at EOP and part of the Southern Tier Jazz Festival today. So, Nikki, what's your favorite part of the Jazz Festival today?
The flute.
You're not biased at all.
I'm not biased. No, not at all.
Well, Nikki, we definitely appreciate you taking some time today to tell us about what I think is a wonderful, wonderful program that I don't think a lot of people even know about. So thank you for doing that. And like I said, one of the fundraisers for one of the great programs here offered at EOP.
Well, thank you for allowing me to come on and highlight the Weatherization Assistance Program with EOP.
No problem. Enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. That's Nikki Howland, and she, again, works with the weatherization program through the Energy Services Bureau here at EOP. Let's give away something. Let's give away a prize. So we've got prizes for our donors who hopefully are tuning in. This one is going to be a sterling silver necklace from Ray's Jewelers, and that is going to Keel Hutchings of the Anchor Group. I hope I said that right. Keel. But that's what it says on here. But I hope that's right. So congratulations. You're going to win yourself a sterling silver necklace courtesy of Ray's Jewelers. Looks like we're going to do one more. We're going to do another Wegmans gift certificate. Oh boy, let's dig in here. And this one is Matt Burr. Matt Burr. Congratulations to Matt. He's got himself a $50 Wegmans gift card. And we are here. Oh, wow. Doing a great job with the GoFundMe. We are up to over $4,000 on the GoFundMe. So we started out at a little, so we've done almost 1,000. We've done almost $1,000 in less than 2 hours. So thank you all for your generosity. Again, we're going to be here right up until 4 o'clock. So we definitely appreciate that you guys are doing that. The GoFundMe is right on the ElmiraJazzFestival.com page. So we definitely want to thank you all for donating. We're going to, again, be here. We've got so many things going on. We've got a visit from Tommy Hilfiger coming up. We got Marcus Johnson. We've got some throwbacks coming back from before. Matter of fact, I think we are going to go back to Masia, who joined us back in, when did Masia join us? Masia was here in 2015. Just did a wonderful job, and we've got a little kickback from that, a little throwback from Masia.
When we first met, I was guarded and unsure. The hurt from my past made me close every open door. It's becoming so clear, you're the one that I adore. It's the way you love me, baby. You're the one I've been waiting for. You touch me in ways that I can't believe. In my heart, baby, now I see what I need. So bring your sweet, sweet loving back to me. I've been wondering, baby. Now I know you're the right one for me. My heart knows you're the right one for me. To love, back to love. Wanna give it back, wanna give it back. Gotta give it back, gotta give it back. Wanna give it back, wanna give it back. I wanna give it back for my lover, my friend. On you I can depend. I'll give you my heart, give you my soul. Real love, you touch me in ways that I can't believe. Can't believe it. In my heart, baby, now I see what I need. So bring it on back, bring it on back to me. I've been wondering, baby, how you're the right one for me. My heart knows, I get back to love. I'm ready for love. I've been wondering, I wanna get back to love. My heart knows, bring it back to me. Oh yeah. Wanna get back. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, y'all caught me. Y'all caught me dance a little bit. That was Meja, and that was back in 2015 from the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. We have so much coming up. We still have, we're going to get a visit with Tommy Hilfiger. We still got Marcus Johnson, and we still got a performance from Adam Hawley coming up. So stay tuned. We're almost halfway through, but we're not even close to being done just yet. We want to give another big shout out to the bistro here at EOP. They do a wonderful job between their jobs program, where they get people in, they teach them the ins and outs of the food service industry and make them job ready. And they also have the actual bistro where you can order food. And again, they were gracious enough to feed myself and Randy and Tom today. And I have no complaints about the food. None whatsoever. But we do have another special guest. We caught her from running around, and it's Anita Lewis. Anita joining us just again. Oh, no, Anita's not ready. That's okay. But we can keep talking and kicking it a little bit. Anita's going to talk to us about a couple of different of the other programs coming up here. So instead, we will give away another prize to one of our donors. And this is another $50 Wegmans gift certificate, gift card, I should say. And this is going out to Dawn Parsons. So Dawn Parsons, congratulations. She's got herself a $50 gift card to Wegmans. So we want to see, and we want to see, you can see us on Facebook. You can see us on the EOP Facebook page. You can go to the Elmira jazzfestival.com page. We are streaming live. Tell us where you're at. Where are you at watching us today? We want to hear from you guys. Tell us what you guys think, where you're watching at, and we'll give you a shout out. But we are ready. We caught her in between running around like it's crazy. Hi, Anita.
Hi, Adon.
We're doing better social distancing this time. Anita's in her office, and we are in location to that we won't tell anybody. But first of all, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Second of all, your top shelf, y'all were jamming.
Well, thanks.
Y'all were jamming.
It's been a minute since before March that we've been able to get together, so we were happy with that.
Before we talk about the literacy program, you want to tell everybody who's in Top Shelf with you?
So in Top Shelf with me is James DePaul, Steve Webb on bass. James is on keyboard. Steve Webb on bass. Joe Carpenter on drums, and John Manfredi on lead guitar, and Anita Lewis on vocals.
Anita Lewis on vocals. You guys did an unbelievable job. You didn't see us, but we were in here jamming like big time.
Thank you. You aim to please.
Yeah. One of the big thing about today is the fundraiser, obviously, for some of the absolutely fabulous programs that you have here at EOP. And one of them is the Literacy Volunteers. Can you talk a little bit about that one?
Sure. So literacy, it's of Chemung and Schuyler counties. And so literacy, it's adult literacy. So they have one-on-one literacy tutors and learners. So they do some one-on-one, they do small classes in English as a second language, basic literacy, and it has just been really, really great. Even with, the pandemic, COVID-19, as Andrea always says, with challenges comes opportunity. So our literacy program actually ran their program virtually, which actually increased their participation.
Wow.
With literacy. And so we always, say, things are new, and it has done such a great thing for their program. So, with adults, sometimes they don't like to disclose. And I just urge anybody that's watching today, please urge your adults to come. We know how to handle them. It is not anything to be embarrassed about, but it's just an opportunity for people to learn to read and to write, because there's still so many in our community that cannot do that. And it's just, and we need to have people, reading, especially when it comes to voting and census and those kinds of things. It is critical. So we just, we make people feel comfortable with adult literacy, and it's just important. So, we're looking forward to getting, back into, the classroom, and they are back doing some, in-person class, but we will do it virtually. We will do it one-on-one. We will do it, however we can. And we have a great group. Wendy Jackson is our program director. Nick DeLuizio is our coordinator. And then we have Susan Wenzel Bertelson, which is our administrative person. So it's a small unit, but it's a powerful unit.
And you alluded to it, the piece about as an adult, it's tough to admit certain things, and not being able to read and comprehend is tough. And then I think that's a fabulous thing to be able to deal with that, especially head on, especially now in this day and age, this technology age, like you said, the census, the elections, you name it. So that is an absolute wonderful program. Just one of the many programs.
It really is. And I just, wish that, more people, coach them on to come. There's so many people that still probably don't even have their GEDs. I know, some older people that don't have their GEDs, smart as all get out, can read, can do everything. They don't have their GED program. So we will help with GED, anything that they need, because a lot of times, even if they can't read or with English as a second language, or they're coming with something that they need to work on, the staff and the tutors can work on it with them. It's all part of their learning. So it just works really, really well. So please, please, please encourage your adults to come and see us. We will handle you with kid gloves and walk you right through it.
So Anita, have you had a chance to stop today and take a deep breath yet?
Not till the end.
Not till it's all over. I got to tell you though, while we have you here, Ragan Whiteside, unbelievable,
smoking,
unbelievable.
I can't wait to see her in person. She was incredible.
And it's the flute, when, like I said, when you play the flute in school, you sit there and you play the flute. But no, we were just two-stepping in here. Nobody saw that.
4th grade to 12th grade till I graduated, I was a flute player.
Did you jam out like that?
Yeah, are you kidding me? No. I wish I could. I wish I could play like that. She was phenomenal.
She was phenomenal. So we still got Marcus. We still got Adam Hawley. We still got so many things. So we'll let you get back to work, because we know you're still working behind the scenes, because that's what you do.
Yes, I do.
All right. So thank you.
You're welcome, darling.
Bye.
That's Anita Lewis, and Anita is, critical, obviously, to the backbone here at EOP. It's 8 on Allen. It is the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. We're going to be here as we are now we are starting hour number 3. And it's just flying by. Once again, I want to give a big shout out to Randy Reed. He is our producer today, and Tom Brown. He is our technical director today. They are doing a great job. They're doing all the hard work, and I'm just doing all the talking. So big shout out to both of them today, and big shout out to the Bistro for feeding us. And we're going to keep this going. We got giveaways going up. And again, hit the GoFundMe going on the ElmiraJazzFestival.com. And we'll just keep going. Right now, we want to hear from one of our sponsors. They are a big sponsor today. It's Chemung Canal, and they're going to tell you why they're here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott Hefner, Vice President of Marketing at Chemung Canal Trust Company. On behalf of all of our employees, we're excited to welcome you to the 9th Annual Elmira Jazz Festival. We're proud to once again sponsor the Jazz Festival, and even though it's a little bit different this year, the team at EOP has still put together an awesome lineup of artists for you to enjoy. We'll miss seeing you all in Elmira in person at the festival this year, but we really hope you'll still enjoy the great music, the awesome artists, and help out the community we love from the comforts of your own home. And don't forget, the CFJP Bistro is open on Saturday for takeout, so grab some food, grab some friends at home, and watch a show and enjoy. We hope to see you live and in person at next year's festival.
Thank you, Scott. It's 8 on Allen. Scott is with Chemung Canal. They are one of the many sponsors here today. And actually, we'll tell you all the sponsors today, just so that you guys can be aware of how many people really, really are helping behind the scenes and care about this event. We've got Ferrario Motors. We got Perry and Carroll, Excelis, Blue Cross and Blue Shield. I can't say that too fast because it always trips over that. Obviously, Chemung Canal with Scott. We got Wegmans. We got Bethany, Arnett Ogden, Arnett Health. So they do a fabulous, fabulous job. It is the annual Southern Tier Jazz Festival for anybody who's just tuning in. And normally, the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival today. Now on Friday, it's normally at the Clemens Center, and we get an awesome first night person. Last year it was Keiko Matsui, and my goodness, she was unbelievable. She's a little bitty woman, but she was so powerful with that piano and that band. It was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen live. And then on Saturday last year, we had Marcus Johnson, we had Vincent Ngala, we have Jasmine Gent. It was just phenomenal. So normally we're at Thorn Street today, and today, obviously, because of the pandemic and COVID, we are doing this virtually. But that's not stopping us. It's not stopping us with the fun at all. So we've done a fabulous job with that today, and we appreciate everybody who's kicking in. We've got people who don't miss any year at all. Marsha from Atlanta, Jacqueline from Detroit. We've got Gail Beatty, she's in North Carolina. There's so many people who jam out and show up, and they're here every year. So we ready to jam a little bit? We got a little jam session going on right now. Oh, we're gonna have a little jam session right now with Top Shelf. They're gonna jam with us right now. So give it up for another little encore performance with Top Shelf. Woo! Top Shelf. They're local, and we're lucky to have that here in this area. So big shout out to Anita and the crew. Top Shelf. Big shout out to Joe Cool, by the way. He is at every jazz festival we've had as well, and he is right up front taking videos, pushing it. So we want to give a big shout to Joe for continuing to just be there and be a contributor and all those things. So at this time, we are going to have a little chit chat with Andrea, the executive director here at EOP. Andrea, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, Adon, and hi, everybody.
How do you think this is going today?
This is fabulous. I mean, at one point, I was so enjoying the music, I knocked myself off of the screen. This is wonderful, and I just want to thank everyone, all of our sponsors. I consider you and Randy and Tom, you are our tech team, you're our experts, and just Anita Lewis and the Bistro. They've been feeding us today. The food is phenomenal. Don't miss the opportunity to call in and order some food. And the musicians have just been outstanding. I can't tell you. Of course, we'd love to be together, side by side. But this venue, this virtual jazz festival is great. Anita was telling me that she thinks it'd be great. Maybe next year we'd be able to offer it both ways, because this has just been really great. And want to thank our sponsors, always Don and Robin Ferrario. They are absolutely phenomenal. And so I think it's going great. And I just want to thank everybody. And the donations keep coming in. I think we're over $4,000 in terms of our GoFund campaign. So thank you, because that money is going to go towards purchasing a van for our Ernie Davis Community Center Music Consortium. And usually you hear from the children. They usually are able to sing for you at the Clemens Center, and they also come out to Thorn Street. So this gives us an opportunity to be able to transport them and bring them together as a group. So I think it's going really well. So thank you.
It is, and actually, we've got the tote board up, if you will. We just went up another $500 just in the last 10 to 15 minutes. Just about 10 minutes ago, we were at just about $4,000. Now we're almost at $4,600. So it speaks volumes to the community, especially during this tough time with pandemic and the COVID and everything. But yeah, it's been phenomenal. And Reagan, I mean, Paul Brown was great, and we were jamming, and it was nice and smooth. But then Ragan Whiteside just turned that up a notch.
Oh my gosh, she was just phenomenal, and I felt like I was in the studio with her. It was just wonderful. So we have truly been blessed today, and just enjoying world-class music, world-class jazz. It's been a wonderful thing to do, and just very excited because it's been tough. This COVID-19 has hit all of us. It's hit our entire world, and so being able to come together virtually in a safe type of format and just enjoy music and have a great afternoon. It's been wonderful. So we just appreciate everybody who allowed us to work through this idea and also to actually implement it. And we're driving some great results. As I said earlier in my welcome, it's about setting the goals, but taking the actions that drive results. So this is great. And it's always awesome to hear from the EOP team. I want to shout out to the staff members who make this happen. So I can't thank them enough. And Lewis's leadership, other members of the ops team, they have been with us as well, working behind the scenes. The Bistro team, they're over there cooking right now. So it's been great. And so thank you, Adon.
As the executive director, one final question, Andrea. 9 years ago, when you started this, did you ever, and I asked Anita this, I asked Don and Robin Ferrario this, did you ever imagine you'd be here and turning into one of the premier jazz festivals on the East Coast?
No, actually, Adon, we didn't. And I have to be honest. I can be very straightforward. We didn't. We wanted to be able to bring something new and different to the Southern Tier. we're surrounded by phenomenal musicians. Anita Lewis, Top Shelf. There's so many others who are just great artists. And so we wanted to bring it to our community because oftentimes we're traveling to other communities to enjoy wonderful jazz, like Don and Robin, shared. So we wanted to be able to bring this to our community and also bring a flagship fundraising event. So we would be able to pull it together. So when we started, you think about it, any idea is an idea until you implement. And so we've been working at this, and it is one of the premier jazz events. And Marcus Johnson has been instrumental in helping us to form it and frame it and shape it. And Don has become a great talent scout as he goes out. And he and Anita vet the next group and make the recommendations to our jazz committee in terms of who we might have each year. And that's a great lead-in because it keeps getting bigger and it keeps getting better. So this is our 9th year. So the thing that I'm really excited about, because 10-year anniversaries are really important. And we love to celebrate at EOP. If anybody knows that, we work really hard, but we also celebrate really hard also. So for us to be able to move into a 10th year event is really exciting. And already Anita and Don are starting to think and formulate, pulling people back in and, just how we're going to make it even bigger and better. So I'm very excited about that too. So, had no idea it would evolve to this, but thanks to everyone's involvement, the entire committee, the entire community, new friends we've made as well. We've had so many additional corporate sponsors who come in to support us each year. And so we're very thankful and very appreciative of what this has become. And just even today, being able with the tech team, I call you all the tech team, to be able to move this to another level with the virtual format, it's just great. So I'm very, very excited. I think we continue each year to exceed our own expectations.
Well, Andrea, I'm honored that you guys asked me to be a part of it every year, and I'm not going anywhere. So as long as I'm here, if the offer stands at MC, I'll be here every year. It's really become a part of my summer. It's become one of the events I enjoy doing for all of the reasons that you just said and then some. So thank you for having me and having us this year and every year.
Excellent. Well, hey, the offer's out there, so we'll sign you up before we finish here today. So thank you. Thanks so much. And we're really appreciative of all the artists as well, because even with this change of format because of COVID-19, they were all so flexible and very willing to try it and to do this. So we really appreciate them. We innovate a lot at EOP. We might have, a few fish and some loaves of bread, but we end up, creating something that's wonderful in terms of a menu. So the musicians have been great to do that and to be flexible. So we're very excited about what we can do as we move forward. And also, some of the responses to COVID-19, I think I shared earlier in my welcome that we have been providing curbside meals. And so that's something new and different, but it came out of, I often say if you have crisis, on the other side of that coin, you have opportunity. So what has come out of the crisis of COVID-19 was the opportunity for us to even try this curbside feeding of people. So we're doing that. And we recently got a new van from Ferrario Auto. And so that CFJP Bistro food van will be going out into the community, providing some meals, driving almost instead of the ice cream truck, we'll have the food truck. So we'll be taking out some vegetables that we've been growing. We have a great organic vegetable garden. I want to give a shout out to Shalonda Graham and Darlene G and their support as they've been working on the garden. Last year, we yielded more than 800 pounds of organic vegetables for our community. So our goal this year is 1,000. So we want to put some of those vegetables onto the food van and take them out. So, those are some of the new things or expanded things that we're doing, even in terms of programming. So we're very excited about that. And we got an awesome gift recently from a very, very dear friend and supporter and patron of EOP. So I'm not going to steal any thunder on that, but we will be doing some additional things as we continue to work to inspire people, because great things come out of Elmira. Great people come out of Elmira. So
absolutely. Well, Andrea, thank you for taking some time with us. We're pushing ahead. We got great stuff coming up, but we thank you for taking a couple minutes to join us again.
Thanks so much, Adon Allen. It's been great. Thank you.
Thank you. Today's a fundraiser. It is. It's the Southern Tier. It's the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. It's a great fundraiser for a lot of the great programs. Joining us now from the Ernie Davis Community Center, it's our friend Tina Brown. Tina, how are you?
I'm good. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, darling. So Tina does a lot of things here. She basically is in charge of the bistro and the Ernie Davis Community Center. And you are, every time I'm here, you are always busy.
Always creating new programs for the kids, and it's been kind of empty without them here. So we're looking forward to the fall, maybe some virtual stuff, bringing them in on a real slow monitoring, because we want to get them back in there on that floor. They love it. So a lot going on.
Yeah, you wear a lot of different hats, as I see you with a hat on today. You wear a lot of different hats. We'll talk about the community center first, and that was actually going to be my first question: is how difficult has it been not being able to see your kids on a regular basis?
It's been difficult. It's been real difficult. I miss the kids and the noise when it gets real silent. It's you look for them. You really do. So I just am looking forward to some safety for them to come in and acclimating them. The social interaction between them is vital, as well as them being able to be in our programs and stay and us to continue to have hands on with them at all times.
You also, on top of running the community center, you're also running the bistro, and you guys are doing first of all, you're doing a fabulous job. The food today has just been unbelievable. I mean, people aren't seeing it, but I really have had to, I've had a plate or two maybe of food today. But talk about the bistro and all the things. You guys are still working with the summer feeding program, so you guys are staying busy in the bistro as well.
Yep, we're still doing summer feeding. We switched over from community feeding to summer feeding, which will end the end of August. And within 3 months, we've already served over 17,000 meals to both youth and adults. So it's vital. We're in every day, morning till night. We do 2 meals, breakfast and dinner. And 2 days out of the week, we do hot. So we have a hot breakfast and then a hot dinner. And it's heartwarming to see how many people we do feed and we offer food to. On the flip side of that, the bistro is open Tuesday to Friday. And of course, our Friday fish fry. And during the summer, we do have our ribs. So we invite everybody to come in and enjoy.
Yeah, I just had the ribs. I had to go and make sure I didn't want to come on the camera with, barbecue sauce on my fingers or anything like that. This is one of the pieces of the Jazz Festival is we see your EOP family all in there. You guys are there out at Thorn Street cooking food, but you're all together. Talk a little bit about what the Jazz Festival means to you and the EOP family.
Oh, the Jazz Festival itself is a huge undertaking for everyone here and everybody who takes part in it. However, again, if it's open up to the public and we open up to our community and bring the community in as a family and as a whole, and we bring in, of course, Anita and her group, they're vital to this piece and the outside artists that come in. I just think it's wonderful.
Well, we want to, I know all of you guys have been busy today, and we really appreciate the fact that you've had some time to be able to, stop and talk to us. You guys do a fabulous job in this community on this day and everything. So take a minute, take a bow, and enjoy the rest of the festival.
Okay, now let me tell everybody, to support the Ernie Davis Community Center, we do have our NABE alum, which is why I got my hat on. $20 a year or only $100 for a lifetime membership. So join.
Y'all heard her. You heard her. Great job, Tina. Thank you for kicking it with us for a little bit. That's Tina. Tina does a lot. Everybody here just does so much, and she really does. We want to say some hellos. We want to say hello to Lorna Lorna is joining us from the island. I always say this wrong. Is it Curacao? Am I saying that right? Caraco. Wow. I think I try to finesse it too much. But we've got Lorna from say that again. Caraco. She's joining us here on the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival. We've got Jerry. He is in Phoenix, Arizona. Joining us today at the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival. So, Jerry, thank you for kicking it with us as well. All over the place, from just all over. It shows you the appeal and the job that EOP has done. We're going to give away something big right now, something really, really big. We are going to give away a gift certificate for a pair of 2021 Broadway series tickets. Yeah, that's a big thing. There's going to be a lot of people clamoring for this. So whoever wins this is a big, big prize for them. And the winner of this one is Marcia Allen. No relation that I know of. Marcia Allen. So we want to thank Karen from the Clemens Center for that's a fabulous prize. So thank you, Karen, for donating that for the cause today. We still got a couple more things to that we're going to give away. We're going to do a Wegmans gift card. We still got a couple other things we're going to do as well, and we still have a couple of visitors who are going to drop by. We still have Marcus Johnson coming up in a bit. We still got Marcus Johnson coming up. We still got Adam Hawley coming up. But right now, we've got two very, very special visitors joining us live. They're royalty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, Tommy and Betsy Hilfiger. How are you guys today?
Hey, how are you?
Good. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We see you. I see you. We just saw you last year at Thorn Street, and you're here with us today. And first of all, are you guys enjoying the festival so far?
Yeah, really actually, I haven't been able to watch it yet.
Well, now you got to stay on and watch the rest of it. Marcus Johnson's coming up. Adam Hawley's coming up. We got some other things. So you kicked in just at the right time.
I know. I'm hoping to.
Tommy, how are you today, sir?
I'm great. I'm really great.
Thank you so much for joining us. Big doings here at EOP with you. You want to talk a little bit about what's the big news coming out of EOP with you lately?
Well, I think they're doing a great job, and we've been involved since the very beginning. I'm very proud to be from Elmira and to know that we could do something to help the EOP and benefit the community centers. So recently, we just donated signed football by Ernie Davis and a signed check to Ernie Davis from the Cleveland Browns.
Oh, wow.
Which was a bit of memorabilia. I thought a lot of the young people would like to see it, be inspired by Ernie and his success. So that's sort of the new news we have.
Yeah.
That is fabulous, and you guys really have always been a big part of EOP and what goes on here. Like I said, that's an amazing donation. What went into? I know you talked about that. It's amazing to me how Ernie Davis and you yourself, you're still inspiring these kids after all these years. What does that mean to you guys?
Well, I would like to think that many of them could look forward and know that they too could become successful with hard work, having a dream, and even coming from a small place like Elmira, New York.
It's amazing because they're right. There are so many people that come from Elmira that we go down south and people will say, "Oh, you're from New York," and everybody assumes New York City. And you tell them Elmira, and they're like, "Well, where's Elmira?" And you tell them about yourself. You tell them about Ernie Davis. You tell them about so many different people. So that pride is there, especially now, and also with the Jazz Festival as well. So I think it's fabulous. For you, Betsy, what's the Jazz Festival and the donations and those things mean with you as you're still relatively local, correct?
Yes. I moved back here, about 6 years ago, and I love it here. I tried to figure out, where do I want to go? I was living in New York City, and I thought, you know, I want to go home. I've always really wanted to be here, and I love it here. But I think that the Jazz Festival is the EOP's wonderful yearly festival that is their best fundraiser. And I think it's so great to bring musicians together. And let's face it, who doesn't love music? So
Exactly.
it's a wonderful way to bring people together, raise money. And EOP is such an important part of our society. And Elmira would be lost without them. So I want to encourage everyone to just reach in your pockets, and no matter how much you can give or not give, just a couple dollars even. It's just so helpful. And they're doing wonderful things with our youth, and they have really fabulous programs. And now they have a food truck feeding people who are hungry, who can't afford groceries. And they have, you know, all these programs. So I really am such a strong supporter, and I hope I can help them in many ways. So we all have to really turn around and help the people behind us. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You talked about the check that you gave. So this is the check from the Cleveland Browns. We actually have it right here. Here's the copy. That's unbelievable. That is unbelievable. And it says Cleveland Browns Football Company, and it just, it's unbelievable. That is one of the most unbelievable things I've seen. And then they have the football that Ernie Davis signed. So these will be on display right here at EOP in the Ernie Davis Community Center. So that is wonderful. That is it's wonderful, and it's wonderful, Tommy, that you thought enough to donate that here.
Well, we're also donating a signed autograph by Jim Brown from the Cleveland Browns, who actually came to Elmira to recruit Ernie and to convince Ernie to join the Cleveland Browns rather than any other football team. I had the chance to meet him when he was in Elmira at the Ernie Davis testimonial dinner. And I was fortunate enough to find a great autographed picture of Jim Brown. I'm also donating. Betsy, you have that in your hand now?
I do. It just came about an hour ago, and we've been having trees cut down. That's why I wasn't watching the festival. All kinds of chaos going around here. But this came about an hour ago, and it's phenomenal. It's Jim Brown. He signed it, and it's in its own case. And I will be bringing it over to Andrea this week. It's go along with all the beautiful things that are in the room there. The Heisman Trophy, the duplicate, the football, the check, everything. So just another wonderful thing to add to the collection.
That's great.
It's amazing. That is awesome. And again, it speaks volumes again to the people who have ties to this great city. And you're right. Even, Jim Brown hasn't played football in almost 60 years, but still he means something to this community. And still Ernie Davis still means something. Tommy Hilfiger, Betsy Hill, you both still mean something. And I just think that's absolutely fabulous. And I think that's a great template for these kids here. Tommy, I did want to ask you this while we had you here.
Sure.
There's been an explosion of young people with fashion here in this area, and I'm sure a lot of that is attributed to you. What advice do you have for those young people?
I think the young people should never give up. I think if they have a dream and a goal, they should continue down that road. You'll meet all sorts of obstacles on the way, as I've told them. And sometimes the roadblocks seem impossible to get through. But I think that if you persevere, you look ahead, you have a dream and a goal, you'll get there. So I always say never give up.
Well, you opened People's Place back in the 70s. Any chance that people are looking into something like that again? Would you stand behind another People's Place here in Elmira?
100% I would. We're doing a pop-up with someone in the next couple of months. But if someone wanted to engage in developing their own brand or their own line, I would be supportive 100%.
And that not surprising at all, Tommy and Betsy. So we know you guys are busy, and we know. I mean, you're having trees taken down, Betsy. You said, but we know how busy and crazy things are. You guys are both doing safe and okay through the pandemic. We hope.
Thank God. Yes.
Yep. Yep. We are. Yep. All of us, and we just hope to continue and hope everyone out there is staying safe. Wear your mask. By the way, I'm a nurse, and I want everybody to wear a mask no matter where you go. That will really help us, and not only help you, but will help others. So we have to remember that. And, you know, they're kind of uncomfortable, but you know what? It's worth it.
Absolutely.
So we have to remember that.
Absolutely. Well, again, we want to thank you guys for coming in.
Very much.
Big day. And we are excited to be able to do this virtually. It's been a great time. Hopefully you guys can tune in for a bit more of it. Like I said, we still got Marcus Johnson, still got Adam Hawley coming up. So going to be a great rest of the afternoon.
Yes, this is wonderful. I'm going to tune in right now.
Okay.
The guys finally stopped their saws.
Thank you.
They're gone, so I can hear.
Good,
so,
good.
No, this is great. I'm really excited. Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys very much for joining us.
Bye.
And that is Tommy and Betsy Hilfiger, and we just again they donated. Tommy donated. So this is a check. This is a check from the Cleveland Browns to Ernie Davis. It says it right here, Ernest R. Davis, signed by him. It's for looks like it's for $200. Is that $200? Which is probably a lot of money to play football back then. I know the checks they're getting now are a little different. And then this is a football signed by Ernie Davis. And this is from the Syracuse team that won the national championship in 1959. They haven't come close since then. So those are awesome. And then they just let us know they've got an autographed picture with Jim Brown that they're actually going to donate as well. So a wonderful, wonderful gesture. The Hilfigers have been huge supporters of EOP and the programs here and everything else. So we want to, again, thank them for popping in and saying hello and just spending a little time with us today. So, so we are here. It's the 2020 Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival. Once again, I'm Adon. I want to again give a shout to Randy Reed and Tom Brown. Randy is our producer today, and Tom Brown is our technical director. Big shout to the Bistro, doing a great job. Not only do they feed us, but you guys can get food from them anytime. Well, not anytime, but just call and order food. What do we have today? We had fish, and we had chicken, and we had mac and cheese and ribs and greens and a roll. Now, luckily we had dancing, because normally a meal like that would put me to sleep like that. But luckily, Ragan Whiteside and Paul Brown have jammed out and top shelf. So I've been dancing off the food. So I haven't fallen asleep a little too much, but I might sleep. I'm probably going to sleep well after that meal tonight. The GoFundMe is up. You guys are doing a great job with the GoFundMe. We started out today, roughly around just about $3,000. So I believe we're up almost $2,000 extra. We're up to almost $5,000. And, so like Betsy said, if you've got it and you got, just a couple dollars, donate. Some great programs. We talked about the literacy program. We talked about the Bistro. We've talked about the Ernie Davis Community Center. They've got family support services. They've got Libertad, which is the new apartments, the former Jones Court building. All those things. I mean, they're just doing a wonderful job. So please, 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 please donate if you can. So what do we have coming up left? Well, we got plenty. We're halfway done, but we're not even halfway done. We still have our good friend and a great friend to this building, this town, Marcus Johnson. He'll be coming up. And then we still have Adam Hawley, who is absolutely going to rock out coming up a little bit later. So, So some of the programs that today is going for, so we've got the Birth to 5 School Readiness Program, which is Head Start and Early Head Start. And then we've got the Center of Excellence Program, which was formerly the New Day program, but now it's called Center of Excellence. We've got the Bistro, the Community Food for Jobs. So, and what that does, and in case you are just tuning in, the Community Food for Jobs program basically brings people in. You learn how to prepare your food. You learn how to work in the food services, and it preps you for jobs and any type of food services, whether it's cooking or waiting tables or behind the scenes. There's also the Energy Services Bureau, which we talked about. Nikki joined us, and they've got the weatherization program, which is great. They've got family support services. They've got Libertad, which again, it's the veteran and family program. That's the buildings here to the left of the building, and they've got some of those buildings. One of the buildings is actually for veterans, and then there's also the Literacy Volunteers of Chemung and Schuyler County, and that is for adults who may have literacy issues. And Anita Lewis was kind enough to pop in and talk to us. Anita's been all over the place today too, by the way. You know, she's performing, she's helping us with people, she's got it all. So, you know, Anita is doing her job. And one of those programs we're ready to talk about now. We've got a young lady with us, Ariana. Ariana, are you with us?
I am.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Are you enjoying the festival so far?
Yeah.
So Ariana, you are a part of the family support services that they offer here at EOP. Can you talk a little bit about what that program does?
Absolutely. So we work with families that have a family member living at home that has a disability. So we help them get eligibility with the Office for People with Developmental Disabilities. And if they already have that eligibility, we offer play groups and a recreation program that they can take part in different activities throughout our community.
That is wonderful, you know, especially in this time period. So how has the pandemic and COVID really affected your program? That's the question I've asked of everybody today, because I know it's affected pretty much everybody.
Yeah, so at the beginning, we just stopped all the programs altogether. And as we started learning more about it, and Zoom came available, and virtual meetings came also to be available, we started offering some of our services remotely. So our play groups have been able to meet via Zoom. We partnered with some community vendors. We did some ceramics pieces that the families, for example, went to pick them up, and then they painted together virtually. So that's something that we have been able to offer. And as we entered phase 4, we have been able to provide vouchers to do activities within the community as well.
And again, another wonderful program offered by EOP. And again, it's tough when these programs get affected by things like the pandemic and things of that sort, because unfortunately, you know, you lose that. How tough has it been for you guys when you had to shut the programs down, and were there any adverse things that went on because of that?
Well, definitely our family members, especially those with disabilities, really rely on those monthly gatherings. Now schools were closed, so they really didn't have that option to get together. So being able to offer those virtually has really been helpful. One of our play groups, actually through the virtual encounters, they started chatting outside of their monthly scheduled activities, which has been really heartwarming and really great for us to hear that despite, you know, all the challenges that COVID has brought to us, they have been able to connect.
And that's always a big plus, because you're right, you know, that's a big component. So as far as the Jazz Festival, I've talked to everybody, you know, you guys as EOP has been a family. What's the Jazz Festival mean to you, and how much do you enjoy it every year?
Well, I have been with EOP. This is, I've been just 2 years with the agency since I've moved from the other coast. So it's definitely something very new to me. I really love listening to the children, honestly. the Music Consortium children. That's really something that I love. And it's great that the community gets together to support all these wonderful programs that we offer throughout the year.
Yeah, it's that's one of the parts that's been a little tough for me is the two Knox girls come in, the other kids from the consortium. That part has been tough this year, not being able to see them because they are wonderful, and it's great to see the fruit of that particular group, here locally. And I think that's the one that hits the hardest for me.
Yeah.
But Ariana, we really appreciate you popping in. You guys do great work, and you're a great piece to the community and a great piece to EOP. And again, another one of the great programs offered here at EOP. So thank you for taking a few minutes out of your day, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the festival.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you have a great afternoon. That's Ariana Levy. She's worked with the Family Support Services. Again, it's the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, and we're having a great time. We really are. We got so much music still on the way. Thank you to Tommy Hilfiger and Betsy. Thank you to everybody who has popped in so far today. Again, we still got a couple of gifts to give away as well. So actually, let's take care. We can do that right now too. I believe we still have a Wegmans gift certificate. These are to the donors who have donated, and every time you donate, your name goes in. And one of the Lois Lovegren. She's going to get herself a $50 gift card to Wegmans. So thank you, Lois. Do we have one more, or is that the last one? I think that was the last one. So we appreciate all the donors. Remember, you can still continue to donate on the GoFundMe page. The GoFundMe has been going very, 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 very well this afternoon. For me, that's one of the things I'm proudest of, to be a part of this, and is that, just because we're in a pandemic and just because we have COVID doesn't mean that people still don't care. So from that perspective, we definitely appreciate it. So let's recap. Paul Brown came in earlier today. He jammed out. It's amazing. I knew I had heard of him before, but I didn't realize that beyond his own music, he worked with Luther Vandross and Aretha and Diana Ross. And he's a heavy hitter for years. And, Don Ferrario said it. He's way too modest. That guy's got 60 number one hits. 60 number one hits that guy has. So it's amazing. And then he his style was so smooth yet funky at the same time. And then Ragan Whiteside, unbelievable. A flute, jamming out with the flute. So it was amazing. So in case you missed it, our Executive Director Andrea welcomed us on, and we're going to let you guys hear that just so you guys can hear from the Executive Director here at EOP.
Thank you for supporting the 9th annual Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, hosted by the Economic Opportunity Program. We are so excited that we can come to you. EOP is 55 years old, so this year we're celebrating our 55th anniversary, and we're so excited to be able to be together. In spite of COVID-19, we wanted to come to you with a virtual jazz event. Normally, we're at the Clemens Center on Friday night and then at Thorn Street Park on Saturday. But for us, we wanted to look at how can we move forward, still coming together to celebrate as we have in past years. We started the year 2020 with the theme and the idea of focusing to finish. And the words of Mike Hawkins actually say you don't get results by focusing on results. You actually get results by focusing on the actions that it takes to drive those results. So for us, we have been focusing on actions that produce results even during COVID-19. We have, together with members of our community, been providing curbside meals to more than 200 or 300 people daily, breakfast and dinner meals. We've also been able to work to provide services to our Libertad Elmira homeless veterans. We have been delivering more than 80 meals out to our Head Start children and families. We also have been able to provide some limited childcare. And even supporting essential workers. So for us, we've been continuing to drive the results for our community, and that's so important. And EOP, we say we're EOP essential because we serve you, our community. The Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival is about more than the music. It's about driving those results, driving those fundraising results for programs where we're serving annually more than 5,000 people with services focusing on childcare, youth care, and family development. The Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival supports this ultimate goal of focusing to finish in 2020. We want to focus to finish strong. And what that means is that we want to provide those programs and services. There may even be new programs and services because of COVID-19, where all people within our community can live with dignity. And they also can have the opportunity to have satisfying lives that are productive. And so for us, we are always looking for ways to provide those additional services. This virtual idea, coming together with a virtual Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, was one that we came together with as a community in our committee. And we also thought maybe we could use the GoFundMe platform because this is our annual fundraiser. So your corporate sponsorship, the musical gifts of our artists that have gathered, and even your willingness to try something new and different with this venue, it speaks volumes about your commitment to our community. Thank you for helping us. And a very special thanks to our event sponsors, the Ferrario Auto Team. You'll hear from them later today. Perry and Carol, Excellus, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, 5 Star Bank. A special thanks also to Bethany Village, our Arnott Health Partners, Chemung Canal, and Wegmans. We also want to thank our media partners because our media partners have been phenomenal. WENY, WETM, WYDC, Spectral Cable, Seven Mountains Media, Sound Communication, and even Tower Broadcasting. And we have a great team that's come together to be really innovative and creative to provide this platform today so we could enjoy this wonderful jazz music. And we want to thank Reed Media, Tom Brown, and also Adon Allen, who will be our master of ceremonies. And he's going to keep this going as we're together today from 12 to 4 p.m. Also, a special thank you to our EOP Board of Directors and also our staff. I'd like to thank our Board President Claude Oliver and our executive team, as well as Anita Lewis. Anita is our Vice President of Community and Donor Relations, and this is her brainchild. So we are just so excited about all that we're doing as we move together. Laura Cummings has done a phenomenal job, as well as our ops team, Anthony Prasad, Bill Brzezinski, and Jessica Carey. So a very special thank you to the EOP team, everyone. Our CFJP Bistro catering team, they're available even today to provide wonderful menu of food. So some of the food that you would order at the Clemens Center or Thorn Street Park if we were there for the festival. So please feel free to give them a call, order the food, and you can come by curbside to pick it up. We also want to thank all of our artists, our consultants, our sponsors, and also our committee members, because our jazz committee has been working throughout the year trying to think of a way that we might be able to, in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we would still be able to host. So this creative, innovative, virtual jazz festival is coming forward today. Music is such a unifier, and it inspires, it encourages. And so we think in today's current crisis, it's great that we could come together, socially distancing, yet collectively joined in a virtual community to enjoy these incredible artists. So together, let's keep using creative platforms so that we can continue to work together, strengthen the fabric of our community, remain safe, enjoy the music today, and also be well, because it's about EOP Essential more than the music. Thank you.
Thank you. That is Andrea, and she is the executive director here at EOP, and she and her staff, they just do a wonderful job with a lot of great programs, including another one we're going to talk about. We're joined again, got another special guest. John Ford is with us. John, how are you today?
How are you, sir?
Good. How are you, John?
I'm doing very well. Can you hear me, Adon?
Yes, I can. Thank you for joining us today. It's the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, and it's a great time. How are you?
I am doing very well. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
So we're talking to you today about Libertad. So we all grew up here, and it was Jones Court, and it was and when nobody was in Jones Court, it was really bad, and now it's Libertad. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, absolutely. The spirit of Jones Court lives on Libertad. Our partners at Casino put $20 million into getting the building up, and it's undergone quite a transformation. There are currently 91 units in the building, and we are definitely at occupancy for the 20 units that are specific for formerly homeless veterans that we're serving.
That's I can't tell you how wonderful that is. I have friends, my family, my father, myself. We grew up, and in Jones Court in one way, shape, form, or fashion or another. So it's so great to see it occupied. Excuse me, and even better for the 20 units for the veterans. Can you talk a little bit about that part of it, the veterans part?
Sure, absolutely. Especially on Jazz Fest. I started last year at about this time. And I remember being at the Jazz Fest and just thinking, am I going to live up to the standards? Am I going to be able to do this? How are we going to find this population? I just had so much doubt. We were able to get into the building in October. In about 9 months, we were able to get our veteran unit completely filled. And that meant we had to recruit the population, which was finding someone who was willing and wanted to make a big change and move in and be a part of the program. After that, it was securing all the documents that they needed and to get everything in order. And one thing that we learned is that people who are facing homelessness are there for a multitude of reasons. And one of those reasons is because in order to sign a lease, you need to have a clear NYSEG account. And with so many people, one of the components of going homeless is you can no longer afford to keep the heat on, keep the lights on. So we were able to tap into a fund at NYSEG and work with them as a community partner to get their account numbers first. And that might seem like a small step, but it really was many small steps getting the building filled up. Another example is the documents you would need, your proof of insurances and incomes, etc. We were able to work with people to get all those documents together. So that meant kind of going out to the city hall at Elmira and finding partners there. And I've just been so overwhelmed with the support and generosity everyone has serving our veteran community.
We're here with John Ford. It's the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival. We're here talking about Libertad and the veterans and family program. So it says also that you provide meals and healthcare, basic physical healthcare, the counseling and the empowerment. So speak to that, especially right now during this difficult time with the pandemic and COVID.
Sure, absolutely. We were going in one direction, and that direction was building community. And we were throwing as many events as we could. We had movie night, we had resident night. And we had to really change tack about mid-March. And what became absolutely apparent is that so many of the people we serve, so many veterans are in recovery, and we needed to find a way to get that recovery going and keep it going. So as we were learning telehealth, we were helping the veterans along, making sure that they were making their mental health appointments. And for those veterans who definitely needed to go to a hospital, to get them to the hospital safely and to return to Libertad safely. And that was another lot of steps that were needed to be taken care of. And I liken it to changing a tire on a moving car. But we were able to do it, and we're finally coming through. And the biggest thing right now is that we've had the veterans in for 9 months, and finally there seems to be a sense of like, hey, EOP is all right. We can trust them. They want to work with us. So getting the phone calls proactively saying, hey, I have the medical appointment. I can't miss it. How am I going to get there? It's just a little thing that once they're able to see that we're going to, is a whole different ballgame.
Well, John, you guys are doing a fabulous job. And again, we can't speak enough about Libertad. It's a gorgeous building. It looks fabulous. And you guys are doing a great job. And it's, again, another one of the fabulous programs offered by EOP with the Jazz Festival, you know, all the funds going to all the programs today. So we want to thank you for popping in and saying hello and telling us a little bit about it. Keep up the great work. And again, we hope you're enjoying the festival. Okay. Well, thank you, John. We lost John, but that's okay. Thank you, John, for popping in. A great job. We're all over the place. We got great. We got great. If you live in Elmira, you know this gentleman who's joining us right now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming to the Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival is Guy Vickers. Guy, how are you? Oh, yeah. Guy, are you there? You got to unmute. Are you there?
Okay, now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
How are you today, Mr. Vickers?
Man, I'm doing great. I was a little tired, but I remembered that today was a great day. Last year, I had the privilege of participating and seeing the fantastic Jazz Festival, and so I smiled and I said, let me tune in and hopefully I can say hello to everyone.
Well, we are glad you are here to join us today. For you, we know you're close to Tommy. We had Tommy on, and Tommy and Betsy talked about the importance of Elmira and giving back to the community, yes, especially EOP. Can you talk to that as well?
Absolutely. And I was enjoying the comments just a few moments ago. Brings back memories. I grew up in, of course, we called it Jones Court at the time, in the first unit. I was on, I still remember the numbers, 123, and then we moved up to the third floor, 131. So cool, Robert Bell and from Kool and the Gang also lived there, and we used to have a great time. But
really,
oh yes, a lot of history. So
I never knew that.
Absolutely, yeah. They moved away when they were in 6th grade. Ronnie Bell, who was in my grade, he plays the sax for Kool and the Gang. He was in 6th grade, and they moved to Youngstown, Ohio, and then they became Kool and the Gang. So we still keep in touch, and wow, they're close friends. But you know, coming from Elmira, I'm biased. Look, this is home. I wouldn't trade growing up and going to school, being educated in Elmira, wouldn't trade it for all the tea in China. And so I just really want to say congratulations to EOP, to the leadership, Andrea, Anita, all of the staff for doing a tremendous job, particularly under these COVID conditions. It's tough out there, and EOP is to be commended for doing their community work. The Jazz Festival, I think, will put a smile on everyone's face. The programs are needed. When I was a youngster 100 years ago, it seems like now, if it hadn't been for EOP and the neighborhood house in terms of having a place to go, not only just to play basketball, but to learn, to skate, to Boy Scouts, you know, a lot of things that we did in the community center that helped us out. And it's needed more now than ever before.
Well, Guy, we've got a special guest joining us, and he's not from Elmira, but if you talk to him,
I see Marcus.
You never know
who says I'm not from Elmira.
Exactly. Nobody can tell you that you are not from Elmira.
Yes, sir. We take him and we love him for what he does. I tell you, Marcus is just a heaven sent, God sent person. He's wonderful. His spirit is so amazing that we're just blessed for our paths to cross. So Marcus, you go, boy.
Hey, man. Well, look, thank you. I mean, and you know, the support that you've given through the foundation, and just as a alum or a native of Elmira, has given people a light to see that you can come from Jones Court and Libertad, and
There
then
you go.
you can run your part of New York City, which is running
There
part
you
of the
go.
world, baby. That's
Amen.
real. That's real player stuff right there.
That's right. That's right. And I want all the young folks that are out there. If Guy Vickers can do it, you certainly can do it, because you're a lot smarter and you have more opportunities. You just have to work and be consistent.
That's it.
Yeah.
I always tell
yeah.
we have the Ernie Davis Community Center Music Consortium, and I always tell the kids, anything I can do, you can do better.
There you go.
And
there you go.
That has to be the message as we see into the future, and through our youth and music, and through the opportunities that EOP presents. And I mean, what an amazing organization.
Yes.
I fell in love with it.
That's right. And Marcus, I want you to know, I've talked with Cool from Cool and the Gang, and as I mentioned just earlier, they're from Elmira. They lived in the first unit along with me, where I was in the first unit, and we want to try to plan in the near future for them to come home and play. That would be awesome.
National ball.
Yo, that would be amazing. And of course, I was supposed to sit out this year. There's no sitting out for MJ when Cool and the Gang comes back home.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Marcus, thank you for joining us. Really, I say it tongue in cheek that you're not from here, but you really might as well be from here. You've poured your heart and your time and effort and everything into this town. What made you fall in love with our town?
Just really sitting back and watching what you all do through the Jazz Fest and everything else like that. It's been pretty amazing. I think, Anita, you need to mute your computer if you're on.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but watching the programs and just actually sitting along with Andrea Ogumwumi backstage and talking about the programs that EOP provides for the community, and the whole idea of welfare to work. I'm very much a believer of teaching people how to fish, and I see that EOP does that. So with that and the Jazz Fest, I fell in love, started coming back, working with Andrea at EOP, as well as at Elmira College, and it's just been, I've been there ever since. Don and Robin, Anita, I have my places I go. Joel, we play golf. Brandon, it is a second home. It's an amazing little microcosm of what can happen when things actually go right. And so I think I'm a little bird, or a little reminder for Elmira to recognize, don't compare yourself to much bigger cities. Compare yourself to yourself. And the fact that you are doing a great job with your kids, no matter what issues you may have, they could be so much deeper. A guy, we can take them to some places where they have problems and bad kids. You don't have problems with bad kids in Elmira,
Yeah.
So yeah. So watching that, it was how could I not be involved with EOP?
Yeah, that's really the story. And Adon, I'd like to just echo the programs, and I mentioned the staff, tremendous team, but the programs are so needed that EOP provides, and that's why I'm involved. That's why I stay involved. Tommy and I talk all the time, and it's all about what can we do and how can we keep our support going for Elmira. And again, you have Tommy Hilfiger, Guy Vickers. We grew up together. We used to just hang out at the community center when we were young people. Never thought that years later we'd still be great friends and still interested and love our hometown. And that's the key.
And changing the world. You and Tommy are working to change the world.
Yes.
It's not just y'all hung together and are doing business.
Yes.
You're doing business. It's Tommy Hilfiger, you seating back to where you are, actually doing the work. A lot of people think, I think about my community, therefore it'll happen. No, man, faith needs works in order to work.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? You can have a mustard seed, but if you don't actually plant it, ain't nothing gonna happen. And water it, nothing's gonna happen.
You gotta water it. Plant a seed and watch it grow. There you go.
And when you do, you can move mountains.
Yeah, yeah. And I see Anita's picture on there. Anita,
Yep.
hello.
Anita's joined us again.
She has been a tremendous person to work with. Whenever we have questions or need things, I can call her. And if I can't reach Andrea, I get Anita and she responds. So we have a great staff. I keep emphasizing that. A lot of work gets done, but people get the work done. And I want to encourage everyone to make contributions, make donations, because it costs to make things happen. And you can't invest your dollars in any other program and get the return on the investment like you do with EOP. So with that, I'm going to not take up any more time. Adon, it's good to see you, man. You were a little young fella when I was around. So I'm maturing and you're getting older. So you keep on. I'll turn 69 in September. So I can't believe it, but I'm still a young guy.
Yes, you are.
I'm still a young guy. And we love you guys. We love
you too. Thank you for joining us today.
Okay. God bless.
God bless you.
God bless.
Right, bye-bye.
Bye.
So Marcus and Anita are still with us. That's Guy Vickers, Guy's Elmira royalty, pretty much. So great to hear from him. Marcus and Anita, you started this thing 9 years ago. And Marcus, I asked Anita and Andrea this earlier. Did you ever think it would explode into this, Marcus?
Yes. I mean, and we are just starting. I mean, this should be the theme. COVID won't slow us down. We're still doing it. We're doing it virtually, but we will be back live when we can. And this is just the beginning. The things we were talking about doing with a kind of physical kind of component to it. One thing, hey, we had to change our plans. That is, again, a component of, having the team, how we work, but I can't wait to show you where it's going, and I, thank God for where we are, but man, I absolutely did. Look at the team, look at you all, look at the love, look at the community, look at who's involved. You can't put good ingredients into something and make it work, put it together and it not turn out to be, a nice baked cake.
Yeah, that is true. And so I want to tell the story because my husband will get me if I don't tell the story, number one, on how actually I got to him. So it was my husband and my sister-in-law that actually turned me on to Marcus's music in the beginning. And so I went to an event in DC. Actually, it was in Maryland somewhere for the the Deltas. My friend.
National Convention.
Yeah, and went to an event and saw him live. And I'll never forget, I walked up to him and I asked him the question. I said, I'm from Elmira. I said, we are playing this jazz festival. And I said, we would love for you to be our headliner, yada, yada, yada. And he was like, yep, just call my agent. Her name is Sidonia. And so I found her and I called her. And the very first year we were going to do it, we just didn't have the sponsorship to go. We just couldn't do it. So I kept in touch. And in the second year, I got her. I said, we're going. And he came, and it's been...
And he stayed.
So it has been such a blessing to have him in our corner. And the first time, like I said, we did the limousine thing, got him to the field. When he walked out that car, I know he probably said, where am I? In Horseheads. So, Marcus, I just want to say thank you. You are the best. And more to come, like you said, and we appreciate all of what you do for us and our kids, because the kids love you. They get so excited when they know you're calling or coming or whatever have you. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You might have seen me if I in the green room. I was on a bicycle 10 minutes ago, and I'm walking around Washington, D.C. outside now. So I'm going to have to do this real quick to make sure that we, proper etiquette. But in that, thank you very much, for having me and for adopting me. And it's been mutual.
Yes. So I am grateful. We are just in more to come. We can't wait till next year. And it's going to be 10 years and rolling. And you're part of that 10. So we are ready to go.
Look at this beautiful face. This is what you do. Yes.
Well, Mark, thank you for kicking it with us. Thank you for again adopting our hometown, and again, thank you for the music. We're going to kick it right into your performance. We appreciate you, and we can't wait to see you again.
Well, number one, let me say one last thing is like, one, God, thank you for EOP. And I just want to say I really appreciate what you all do in giving me the faith to know that our communities work together, regardless of class, regardless of creed, regardless of color. That this is what Elmira is we are Elmira. So enjoy the concert. Know that this is from my heart to each and every one of you. Andrea, Anita, you know, all the crew there at EOP, you, Adon, your son who I've worked with, everybody. Let's make this the model for the world.
Absolutely.
My name is Marcus Johnson, and it's great to be here at the Elmira Jazz Fest, Southern Tier Jazz Fest, Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Fest, and definitely have to put the Ferrarios out there. We thank them for their support over the past, God, I guess it's 9, almost 10 years that we've been doing this festival, Don and Robin, and the community of Elmira. Many of you all know that I also teach and spend a lot of time with the EOP and the amazing things that they do. So it's an honor to be here yet again to perform for you, to raise money for such a great cause. And I brought around the likely suspects, you know, in the most positive of ways. My creators in positivity and great music. On bass, we have Mr. Anthony Chucky Caldwell, otherwise known as just Chucky. And then on drums, we have our music director, great guy, we're all fellow dads, by the way. And we were just talking about homeschooling, though, because our kids are still young enough where we have to Zoom homeschool during this crazy time. And that's Chris Biscuit Bynum on drums. So we're going to start this one off with one of our faves. This is called Danny's Song. The next tune that we're going to play, and trust me, we're having fun with this, is called The Missing Ingredient, something brand new for you. So I put out a CD in 2019. God, it seems like so long ago, man. 2020 has beat us so much, or given us a new platform for which to flow from, and it was called Ballads, and it's for so many reasons ballads in my voice. I actually had lost my voice, and I'm falling in love again with this and music and the gift that God has given me. And so we put together this CD of ballads, and one of our faves to play, and one that's very, it's a love song, but it's very applicable to just how we feel about each and every one of you all. It's called Fortunate by Maxwell. And that is because we feel fortunate to be able to do what we do every day. We know that COVID will figure out something, as we go forward. We'll be fortunate for that. We're fortunate for another day. And yeah, man, we're fortunate for you. And this is fortunate. So we're gonna do another one for you. This is our favorite to kind of end it. And I wrote this on a trip into Costa Rica, and I realized something that we're all realizing now, which is there's so much to value in life that we have taken for granted for so long. And I went to Costa Rica, and you leave San Jose, and you start going to other places outside of the main urban areas, and you see what we would consider to be third world poverty and how people are living. But the amazing thing is that everybody was smiling. You could see a family at the side of the road. The kids could be butterball naked. You know, they're chasing a goat. They're selling what they harvested a farm, for the day. And they had smiles on their faces. They were always willing and able to wave at you and smile. Everybody had a great demeanor. And then I came back to the United States, and we were going like this. I landed in Dallas, and I realized that day that when I was saying hello to people and people were looking at me as if to say, why are you talking to me? If you say good day, what's so good about it? That the first world had a lot to learn from quote unquote third world countries about enjoying another breath, enjoying your eyesight, enjoying the fact that you can hear, enjoying the ones that you love, enjoying the things that you have, being thankful. I write about that in my book, for the love of just being thankful. That's what this whole thing is about, and what I learned on the road to Los Sueños. So that wraps it up for us. I hope you enjoy everybody else here who's doing their thing. And we'll be back live next year, God willing. And we'll keep the prayers out there for that, for the Ferrario Southern Tier Jazz Festival. Once again, I want to thank Chucky Caldwell for being here on bass, Biscuit Bynum for being on drums here at Blue House Productions, Jeff and the crew here, and outside of Silver Spring, Maryland. And my name is Marcus Johnson. And really, as you go out there, make sure that you do your best to live your flow. There's only one person that you're living your life for, person on this earth, and that's you. And remember, if you're made in the likeness of, always go out and create. Your job is not to find, your job is not to figure out. Your job is to take those gifts that have been bestowed upon you and given to you and create. And that is how you keep your flow on. Much love to EOP and everybody out there in Elmira. I love you, I love you, I love you, and always do your flow.
Thank you, Marcus. And you shouldn't be at this point, but in case you're new to Marcus, that show didn't even do, I mean, it was phenomenal, but live, he is unbelievable. So he's a big supporter of everything that goes on in this city with EOP and everything. So we can't thank Marcus enough. Ferrario Elmira Jazz Festival, I made on Allen. We still got one more to go, and we still got one more great performance to go coming up in a few minutes. We're going to have Hawley in a few minutes. We want to give a shout out to Dr. Melvin and Marcy Pride. They're in Monita. Am I saying that right? Is it Juanita or Monita? They're in Virginia, and they come every year, and they're tuning in. So thank you, Dr. and Mrs. Pride. We still have one more thing to give away in case you've donated. We've got a TV that we're going to give away after our final performance. So if you've donated, stay tuned. If you haven't donated, make sure you check it out. And we've got a little something from somebody who comes every year, and we want to thank him. It says, every idea must begin with an action. A shout out, thanks to Elijah Beatty, who in 2010 did the groundwork on the feasibility of hosting a jazz festival. So Elijah, thank you so much. We got some special guests in the building, but they're not in the building, but they're here with us right now. Hello to Pam Gilliam. How are you guys? It's so good to see you guys. How are you guys doing? Oh, I'm enjoying myself. Well, I'm enjoying myself today, especially, but pretty much every day. I know you guys, I miss seeing you guys, and I see you every year there, and I miss seeing you guys this year, but I'm glad you could be with us today.
To be here.
So talk about you guys' journey. You guys are both from Elmira. You've just recently relocated to Maryland, but you make it back every year for this. Why do you come back for this particular event?
Native of Elmira for all of our lives, and we love jazz, and we like to go back and support EOP and be a part of the whole jazz festival weekend.
And plus,
so how much do you miss it this year? I know with the pandemic and with COVID and everything, it's tough. So this obviously must be an even tougher year for you guys.
We usually attend both the Elmira jazz concert and on the one in Watkins Glen, but we also attend jazz concerts here in Maryland. But because of the COVID-19, we're not able to do it, and we watch some of the jazz concerts online like we're doing today. But it is difficult and tough because we enjoy coming to Elmira for the festival, but also seeing family as well. So it is kind of difficult.
The show today has been phenomenal. I mean, Paul Brown was amazing. Ragan Whiteside, Marcus Johnson, the flashbacks from the past shows. And from what I understand, Adam Hawley is really going to kill it for us. And they're coming up next.
can't wait.
So you guys get the pleasure of introducing our final guest for today. So I'll kick it to you guys for that. Thank you guys for tuning in. Great to see you both.
Well, now we're going to hear a great jazz musicianist, Adam Hawley. And let's take it away, Adam.
All right, what's up, Elmira? Adam Hawley here, and so sorry that we didn't get to connect in 2020. But I got about 4 tunes for you so we can party real quick and get ready for 2021. This is a tune of mine off my new record. It's called To the Top. Here we go.
Mhm.